Now I think you can hear me. Okay. Well, we have a new soundboard here today at the big program, and thanks to Mrs. Runway DFW, we have the absolute latest in technology as far as sound goes, and I'm still working on it, so hang in there. Got a little static in our ATC. That's a little better. So anyway, bear with us while we get through. Our friend. Well, let's look at a plane first, shall we? And we'll talk about that. Oh, switcher. This is American Flight 2385 from El Paso, Texas. And hey, there goes a Spirit plane. I'll tell you where that's going in a minute. Well, that one's going to Los Angeles. So there you go. Just trying to get all the levels fixed here. Well, hello to everyone. Now, where's my mouse? Can't do a show without a mouse. East Texas Aviation says, how are you this afternoon, Walt? And I am good. Thank you, East Texas Aviation. As I was trying to say earlier, our friend Epic Toastman, who just finished doing a live stream here, so check out his channel. And what do we have here? This is American Flight 49 from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. It's a 787-9, but it seems to be landing on runway 18 left instead of 18 right for some reason. Not that that's totally out of the ordinary, it happens. But there it is, a 18 left landing for you. There are two parallel runways here on the west side of DFW Airport, two parallel north-south runways. 18 left and 18 right. 18 left usually is where the planes take off, 18 right, generally speaking, where the planes land. But in this case, a landing on 18 left puts this plane just a little bit closer to Terminal D, where it's going to discharge its passengers from France. I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but we do have here at Founders Plaza, DFW Founders Plaza, the friendly confines from which we broadcast to you on a bi-weekly basis most of the time. There is the air traffic control now being broadcast by public address system here, which is something they did a long time ago, and but they hadn't done it since I was starting to broadcast here, which is at the end of 2021. So, well, let's see here. We've got Epic Toast Man, who did inform us about our audio difficulties in person. So thank you, Epic Toast Man. Steve Lundaby says, what a great day watching both of my favorites, Runway DFW and Airline Videos live. Life is great. Yeah, we normally try not to step on the toes of our friends at Airline Videos Live, Steve, as you probably know. But I think our friend Kevin would understand. He normally doesn't broadcast on Saturday afternoons, but he's testing out his new 4K gear, I think. So everybody's got multiple screens now, right? You got a phone, you got a tablet, you got a big screen TV, you got a computer. Just load them all up and watch everything all at once. I did see before I came out here today, or as I was coming out, I saw a notice that several airports, I believe in the Carolinas, were being closed because of the possibility that the U.S. might shoot down that Chinese weather/spy balloon. So we'll have to, anybody who hears anything about that, keep us posted. It's a very interesting story. You're watching there, American Eagle Flight 3069.
11 out, 1 right.
It's going to Aspen, Colorado.
1 right, clear to land, American 72.
On that CRJ 701 I know it's ER. Okay, about the weather. We got a very nice day today. It's sunny. It's relatively mild. It's in the 50s. But the reason we haven't been here since last Saturday is because in the intervening days, there has been quite a bit of nasty weather here, specifically ice. It's American Eagle Flight 5782 arriving from Killeen in Texas. The CRJ 900. So anyway, I was held hostage at Rancho Runway DFW for the whole week, pretty much. Took my grandson to school on Monday morning, got home, and I didn't leave until going to the store last night. I didn't leave home because we were pretty much iced over. DFW Airport, you'd never know it today, but it was severely impacted by the storm, by the ice storm. And I have to say, I've been in this area for, well, since 1981, working in TV news. And I don't think I'd ever seen a week when schools were closed for pretty much the whole week for most schools. This is American Flight 2717 coming in from Los Angeles. It's an Airbus A380.
Clear land, American 2027.
And this one is landing over here on the runway 18 right, as flights normally land. So anyway, my grandson, who's in first grade, got dismissed early on Monday because they were fearing the worst. And his school was closed the entire rest of the week, as were most of the other schools in the region. Many of them went over to remote learning, but some of them just had the whole week of snow days. So we couldn't get out here for anything. Operations were crippled here for several days at the airport.
Echo Alpha, hold for line left, American 2057.
And there goes my mouse. Okay. Well, this is going to be interesting. I cannot clicky my mouse. And my trackpad is dead as well. Well, isn't that nice? Okay, so hang in there.
American 12.
I'll keep bringing you some planes here until I figure out what the problem is. There's an A319 coming in from Durango, Colorado. Or is it Durango, Mexico? It's Colorado. Anyway, it's American Flight 1716. Aboard that A319, and we got a 319 parade for you here because the next flight in is also going to be a 319 from there's my, okay. Jane Lilos wants to know, Walt, how long is the stream today? And well, that's a bad picture.
Golf 8, cross 18 left, we'll talk to you later.
The stream will go until probably dark. This is, I think, the first time we've been out here since last fall that we will have daylight that continues through 6 o'clock local time. So we'll probably go till then. I don't know if we'll go into the dark tonight. This is American Flight 2027 from Silao in Mexico. I can hear that annoying chatter in the okay, I think I can move that.
And west side from there.
There's a lot of interference when you have all these electronics going, and I think what happened there is our antenna was a little too close to our other gear and was picking up some interference.
Cleared across,
so hopefully that solves that. This is American Flight 2980. Another Airbus A319 headed to Eagle, Colorado. I see a lot of photographers getting all ready. I think they're getting ready for something big. Oh, we're about to see Qatar Flight 729 coming in from Doha. It'll be an Airbus A350 1000. Those are always fun to see. That'll be here in a minute or two, and that'll be immediately followed by an A350 900, the daily flight from Helsinki aboard Finnair, Flight 19. So we've got a parade of notable arrivals here. And Hirons is our newest subscriber. Thank you, Hirons. Happy to have you here with us on Runway DFW. There's another A319 coming in. Did I miss it? I guess I did. Okay, we got to check out the Frontier tail now. What does it say? Can you read it? Francie the something. Francie the piping plover. Okay. You got me. What is a plover? Or is it pronounced plover? I do not know.
And 1 Cross 18 left at Gulf 8, American 1263.
Well, we won't be watching this take off. We'll get a look at the tail, and then we'll transfer our signal over to greet the... Okay, it's a bird. It's a plover, or a plover. So we'll have two in a row here for you, two A350s, the first of which will be an A350-1000 from Doha on Qatar Airways, and then immediately following that, we will have for your enjoyment an A350-900, the Finnair flight coming in from Helsinki. Yes, our position includes a very nice view of a light standard.
Oh, good afternoon, Finnair 1 on Heavy, Islands 18 right. Roger 18 right, inland, Finnair 1 on Heavy. Now, T-Park, the Digger 1 is on there to the 5751. 1 is left, land up on weight, American 1673.
So there you have the big brother, Airbus A350-1000, and we'll swing around in just a sec to show you its little brother, its diminutive brother, the A350-900, operated by Finnair on Runway DFW. John P. says there's also a Qatar flying to the west of the field on its way to Houston. An Epic Toast Man wants to know who or what inspired you to do this. It's a story I've told before, but I think the first I saw of anybody doing live airport broadcasting was Big Jet TV with Jerry over in London.
18 left, RNAV land.
And of course, he's got a very unique style and he's very knowledgeable. And so I started looking for other broadcasters. Then I saw Kevin out at LAX. Let's listen to this come in. So anyway, I felt a real affinity with Kevin, kind of a brotherhood, because he had worked in TV news for his whole career, and so have I. I still continue to do that. He's, of course, quit his job in broadcast news and devoted his work entirely to Airline Videos Live. But I was inspired by Kevin because he was always doing innovative things, and he also had a very distinctive style, and I thought, well, let me tune around YouTube here and find out who's doing this same thing at DFW Airport, because I assume, well, everybody must be, there must be a guy or gal at every airport doing this. And I found that there wasn't. Now, there's plenty of people who do beautiful recordings of planes coming and going. And doesn't take you, not very difficult to find them here on YouTube, but I didn't see anybody else who was doing it live, at least on a regular basis. So I assembled some equipment, some gear, and started to try it out, and I thought, this is fun. Let's see if I can make a go at it. And so that's what I've done. Hello, John Williams, our newest subscriber here at Runway DFW. Thank you. That plane there is a American Flight 2991, an Airbus A321. It's on its way to Phoenix, Arizona, and right behind it, American Eagle Flight 4940, which is going to Gunnison, Colorado on that CRJ 700. But next up coming in, where did it go? It's American Flight 1848, an A321neo, which has most recently been at the City by the Bay in San Francisco. Here it comes to us, probably bearing carloads of sourdough bread. I love bread, but I'm not a big fan of sourdough bread for some reason. Another interesting fact here on Runway DFW. Coming up to the top of the hour here at DFW. It's 3 o'clock. It's Saturday. Am I still on there? It's Saturday, February 4th, 2023. Sorry about that. And you're watching Runway DFW live from our home away from home, DFW Founders Plaza. And there we are in the background. Okay, let's get a look at a Delta plane coming in here, shall we? Did I push the right button? No, I did not. I definitely didn't push the right button. Oh, I guess I did. All right, well, chalk that one up. That was Delta Flight 738, what we saw of it, an Airbus A320 arriving from Los Angeles. So let me fade out the music there. I said, let me fade. Oh, okay. Got it. All right. I think we're back on in order here. Sam Richardson says, hello, Runway DFW. How are you doing from Manchester, England? It's a nice sunny day. Are you ready for the A300 British Airways in 19 or 18 minutes? Yes, we are. People are already lining up here at Founders Plaza to see it. We've got people.
Tower American A380.
Usually people don't bring chairs out there, but
a couple minutes here at the end.
we switch over to camera 1 here where you can see. Hang on a second. Got to get my camera balanced here. Okay, so there are people sitting out in the field to the east of Founders Plaza to get up close and personal with the A380. There's other people marching out there now. They know what's coming. And there you see the big American flag there next to the North Radar Tower, and you can see just how briskly the wind is blowing here. Wes Westbrook says, hello, Walt, Gerard, and viewers. Let's have a, and Gerard, of course, one of our great moderators. Let's have a great 2023, shall we? Yes, we shall. Oh, and Epic Toastman, returning back to the question the question he posed earlier, he said, you are now returning it because you and several broadcasters inspired me to stream. And Epic Toastman is a young man, I believe he's 12. And he was here earlier streaming. He streams from here. He streams from Love Field. And so that's great. It's just a great community to have people young and old. We kind of Epic Toastman and I kind of represent the both ends of the spectrum, I guess you would say, as far as age goes. Here comes American Airlines Flight 2846 from Salt Lake City. It's an Airbus A321, and it's our next arrival on Runway DFW. Thank you for joining us here on this Saturday. Hello, Bob Dar. Are you related to Radar? I'm not sure, but you're the next subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you. And since you subscribe, that means you'll be in line to be able to comment in our chat room in about 10 minutes. So I hope you will take advantage of that. Vernon Mudd says, any spy balloons landing today? Well, I haven't heard of any. I don't know. The last I heard, I'm not really monitoring the news right now, but I did hear that the president may have authorized the shoot down of that Chinese weather/spy balloon.
DFW Tower, Sky 150, visual 18 right.
And indeed, a couple of airports in the Carolinas were closed because of it. Because of the possibility of, I don't know, debris or something. I don't know. There you see poking its nose out. It's American Flight 2659 off to Santa Ana, California.
Under Whiskey Golf, I'll short of 181, American 1360.
You see it on camera 2. Now, you don't see it on camera 2, but we'll put it on camera 1 for you. How's that? Is that a deal? And hello to you, Teja Krishna. Good to have you with us on Runway DFW.
Park, 28 left, clear for takeoff.
As I was saying before, we haven't streamed since last Saturday because of weather conditions here. Now today you'd never know, it's sunny and bright, and you don't see really any traces of the ice storm that we just endured. But there were a lot of flights canceled here over the last week.
American 2659. Blair, clear for takeoff.
That there is American Flight 1368. It's a 737-800. Bound for El Paso, about as far as you can get in Texas from where we're standing right now. If you watch our weekday broadcast, you're probably saying to yourself, Walt, where are all the UPS planes that we usually see coming and going? And I don't know if UPS has any planes coming or going on Saturday. We generally don't see them during the hours we're here, from mid-afternoon to early evening. We can show you what's over there.
Have a great afternoon, American 1368.
Our view is a little obstructed by fans of aircraft here today, but there in the foreground is an MD-11. And behind it, I can't tell what that is. There's another MD-11 parked over there as well. So normally we see those come and go, and we do bring you some coverage at night on our night stream. Andrew N.U. Can't read the rest, but thank you, Andrew, for being our newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Oh, that's me. That's my hat. I shouldn't get in my own way.
70. Climb away, 18 left, American 1832.
So this camera's really not working out. This camera 3 here today. It's kind of coming and going as far as the resolution goes. But you can see our position under the canopy there. That's usually where we are here on weekend days. We usually are at a different position at Founders Plaza on weekdays because we get a better view of the cargo activities at that time. Oh, now it's cleared up. Coming in from Fort Myers in Florida, it's American Airlines Flight 1273, a 737-800.
RNAV to be bark 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1832. Last and wait, 18 left, American 941. American 1870.
That is American Flight 941, another 737-800. This one's
left, American 941.
off to Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Departure, American 1832. Good day.
They are ready to go.
18 left, American 1523.
you may have seen as we were panning across there, you saw a Qantas Dreamliner, and you saw a Qatar Airways aircraft.
Departure America down 41. You do the same.
And there you see in the foreground some more plane spotters.
Hard, clear for takeoff, white left American in 1523.
There's a look at the east tower of DFW. Andrea Molson says, hello, Walton Mods. Hello to you, Andrea. Dr. O greets us from Germany. TriStar Darren is here. Hello, Walt, and hello, TriStar Darren. JSB 70714 says, there was definitely an I'm glad I can finally get out of the house vibe in DFW yesterday. Yes, there was. I could finally walk around in a Kmart again. It was just exhilarating. Jimmy K says hello, or good afternoon, Runway DFW. Hey there, Jimmy K. And Austin, Texas Plane Spotter says the U.S. Air Force did shoot down the balloon about 2.5 hours ago. So the Chinese balloon is now no longer flying above the continental United States. So we have that confirmed, at least as far as our fine community in the chat room goes.
Sorry, 35 to 6 miles away, 175.
These people. What's that? I have to test my air horn. Okay. Because I think I'm going to need that when the A380 gets here. So if you're just tuning in, we will be seeing the A380 from London coming in to join us soon. So hang on for that if you like to see those gigantic aircraft. Teja Krishna wants to know, what is the A380 arrival time? That's a really good question. I like good questions. And I'm going to give you the answer here momentarily. Okay, 3:20 p.m. is the estimated arrival time of the Big Bird. And because now it is 3:16, I do believe we're due for a big plane here in short order. The excitement is growing here at DFW Founders Plaza. And I can just see it now coming in on the radar. In fact, it's going to be the next arrival, although it's still a couple minutes away. We're talking about British Airways Flight 193 from London. It is actually coming in early today. Scheduled at 3:25, going to be here at 3:20. That's amazing, really. So there you see all the folks kind of hanging out, ready to view this plane. I still can't see it with my eyes right now. It's out there somewhere in that sky, in that blue sky. The relentless wind. Well, I'll go behind the scenes here. I think we can see it here. There's our auxiliary camera, which is perched on the back of the official Runway DFW vehicle, which is giving us this picture, which is not so good right now. I'll have to work on that. Okay, so now I can see that gigantic aircraft in the sky. It's hard to miss once it gets close. There it is. Looks like it's coming right at us, doesn't it? It is completing a flight of almost 10 hours. Clock's in at 9 hours and 49 minutes right now. Look at the pictures I took. Oh, look at mine too. Now I'll get out of the way. Me too.
It's left, line up away to make a 2050.
Trying to remember when Speedbird first switched over to A380s. I think it was July 1st of last year. And you would almost think the novelty would have worn off by now.
RNAV, be close and we're clear for takeoff. 18 left.
But au contraire.
Runway 1 right, hold short Bravo, Skyler 3104.
And Jimmy K says, welcome, BA. Austin, Texas plane spotter says 2 Heavies are about to fly over DFW, KLM 787 from Amsterdam to Austin, and an Emirates A380 heading to Houston. I think we saw that that Emirates flight. It was a week ago or a couple of weeks ago. We saw it making a really distinctive contrail. In fact, I think I used it for our poster for that day. Here you see Aeromexico Connect. Is that what it is? Yes. Why don't I see that on my screen here? Oh, there it is. It's an Embraer 190. It's flight 2689 off to Mexico City. As meanwhile, American Airlines flight 980 coming on down from Austin. No, I'm sorry, from Atlanta. So here you see all the international, or some of the international flights here. See that Qantas plane parked there for later departure. The A380 headed over to Terminal D, and over there on the right is a Qantas aircraft, which is also parked. I'm sorry, a Qatar aircraft also parked here. And if we hold on this shot long enough, we'll see that Aeromexico Connect Embraer 190 go through. I think. Yeah, there it is. All right. Austin, Texas plane spotter says on March 26th, Lufthansa will start 787-9 service to DFW, also increase the frequency of its flights, which is kind of a shame, not because it's increasing the frequency or coming in here with 787s, but I think that means we will have lost the A340 here at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. Lufthansa, one of the last, or one of the only airlines flying into the U.S. with A340s. And I think we probably will have seen the last of it. It was always a treat to see it coming in here. To see a wide-bodied, four-engined passenger aircraft that wasn't an A380. You know, since we don't have any 747 passenger service, the A340 and the A380 were the only ones to come in here in that configuration. And of course, things can change, but I will miss the A340. That was, did I say where that was coming from? That was American 1429 737-800, which just touched down from Fort Lauderdale in Florida. MR Rice is here. Good afternoon, Walt, and all fans of the Runway DFW chat room. And we do have a bunch of them here. Thanks for hanging out with us. There was other news in the aviation world here in the Dallas area. I'll get to that in a couple minutes. Next to arrive, as soon as our camera focuses, is American Flight 2626. It's an Airbus A319 from Santa Ana, California. The other news I wanted to touch on has to do with Delta Airlines. I was going to wait till we saw a Delta plane here, but I don't know when we'll see one again. We'll see one, but at any rate, Delta is going to be boosting its service to Dallas-Fort Worth. To the Dallas-Fort Worth area, that is. Here comes American Flight 280 coming in from Seoul, South Korea. It's a 787-8. And I believe that to be one of two daily flights that American offers between here and Seoul. There's three? I can't remember if there's three or not. But we have
probably entry 130.
Korean Air, which flies also once a day. But anyway, Delta is boosting its presence in the DFW area, but it's boosting its flights from Dallas Love Field, where it now has a full-time gate, which it didn't used to have. It used to have to beg, borrow, and steal gate space. And they Delta had been flying, I think, only between Dallas Love Field and in Atlanta, and that service using a Boeing 717, a 717, and it looks like, well, what Delta says, they're going to switch. They're going to add service to LaGuardia and to Los Angeles, and to increase service to Atlanta. And it says they're going to be using A319 aircraft for that service. So I don't know if that means the end of 717s or not.
Bravo, American 420.
And again, that's another, kind of like the A340, that's another aircraft we
Clipper takeoff, 18 left, RNAV to land, American 27.
we do not see too much of in this part of the world. Well, I don't think we see it from anyone else. I think Delta's the only domestic operator of, at least in the 48 states, the only domestic operator of 717s. I think Hawaiian Airlines still uses them for inter-island services. That's American Flight 2747. It's going off to San Diego.
We got the park as our first point. Take off runway 18 left, RNAV to park.
For departure, have a great day, Envoy 3452.
So anyway, plane spotters, at least in this area, get your cameras out or head out to Dallas Love Field if you want to see what may be the last few flights of the 717 into this area. That's going to start on June 5th, it says here on the Delta News Hub.
2747, sir.
That was the other 31. 64 visual approach, 18 right. Right, clear to land.
A-Bomb says, I live in Georgia and I see Delta 717 overhead a good bit on FlightAware. And yeah, Delta does fly them in and out of Atlanta. I don't know what the other destinations are, but it looks like Love Field will not be among them later this year. Hark, there is American Airlines Flight 420. Arriving from Denver, Colorado, an Airbus A321 for your inspection here on Runway DFW. We say hello to Arya's World, who's a regular viewer here.
Departure, Skyline 5500.
I see our friend Flugelschaft in the house.
West, American 14, East, American 14.
Connor Carlson says hello. Hey there. Kind of scrolling back here to see if I can find our friend Waters. There's Flugelschaft. Hey Walt, greetings from Berlin. Good to have you here. A-Bomb says hello to all in the Runway DFW nation. We have more than a nation here. It's international. Thanks to all of you. DFW Aviation says I was out at Founders Plaza today and I didn't see any Delta, although I did see a few Uniteds. Yeah, we do have Delta here. They fly to, I think, all of their hubs, maybe except for one, here at DFW. So I don't think Delta will be stopping its service here at DFW. They'll just be expanding or adding options for people who want to travel from Dallas Love Field. That is SkyWest operating as American Eagle. We're operating on behalf of American Eagle, coming in from Lubbock, Texas, flight 3164. was trying to count the other day how many Texas destinations there are from here. I think they go to more than one hand if you count them all. So we've got Houston, well, Houston Hobby and Houston Intercontinental. We've got Lubbock, Killeen, Wichita Falls, Midland, El Paso, San Antonio, Del Rio. I'm almost up to 10. But what we're about to see here is coming from Zacatecas in Mexico. It's an Embraer 175 LR operated by American Eagle, flight 3851. See how our remote camera is holding up. Oh, now it's got a nice picture. Sydney Cuevas at 34 left says, hello Walt, new to the channel, love to spot new locations. Nice to see familiar faces in the chat, but looking forward to chatting with new ones also. Also, glad to see Dallas is sunny again. You are not alone in that, thank you. Patrick Walters says, hello, Walt and Runway DFW family. Happy Saturday, everyone. Pleasure to have you here, Patrick. Adam Serena says, hello, Walt. Good to see you've thawed out and made it out of the house today. Thanks for the stream. Breakfast time viewing here in Australia on Sunday morning. Well, we're happy to supply you with something to eat with your, what is it? What is it? What is a typical breakfast in Australia? Does it include Vegemite? I don't know. Anyway, that's me under the canopy there from our remote camera here at DFW Founders Plaza, the friendly confines. Our next flight's also coming in from south of the border, from Aguascalientes to be specific. It's another American Eagle flight. 3691 if you're keeping a scorecard. It's an Embraer 175. We'll see it in a second. Coffee and Tim Tams. I think I remember that being Tim Tams being spoken of on with Kevin and Rudy. Didn't one of their Australian friends come by and deliver them some Tim Tams? Here's the flight from Aguascalientes. No, is that right? Yes, Aguascalientes. I love seeing Aguascalientes. It means, of course, hot water, or perhaps hot springs. Getting a big gust here. Andrea Molson says, in the UK, Tim Tams are called penguins. Now I'm very curious about Tim Tams. Tim Tams are cookies. A unique combination of contrasting layers of milk chocolate, biscuit, and cream. Yeah, I guess cookies in the UK are known as biscuits. Is that right? What we call biscuits, what we call cookies. So now that's making me hungry. Well, there you just saw going through your screen American Flight 407, which is going to be taking off very shortly for Phoenix, Arizona. It's an Airbus A321.
Tower square wing 972, visual 8 right.
In the meanwhile, we've got American Flight 2946 on final approach from Omaha, Nebraska. Soaring across the field next to us.
Tower 111, runway 18 left is open, along with Fox 3, Fox 4, and Fox 5.
Pete Kev 1990 is our newest subscriber. Thank you, Pete Kev. I don't know what that transmission was that we just heard. It sounded very nasally, I should say. Like
Line up away, American 407.
Speaking of nasally, I'm getting a little sniffly. I maybe have to go back to the old Waltmobile and get us a box of tissues here. Sorry for the sniffles. Our next arrival is going to be. Will it be a yellow bird? It's a Spirit Airline. Yeah, it'll be yellow, if my picture is correct here. It'll be Spirit Airlines Flight 972, an Airbus A320, arriving from Phoenix, Arizona. So we've got 3 cameras coming at you today.
RNAV Valerian 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 407. 18 left on 407.
Our newest subscriber is Joe Crammond. Thank you, Joe. Our pleasure to serve you up some pictures from DFW Airport after Ice-Mageddon. Speaking of things we won't be seeing, you know, every time we see a Spirit Airlines plane, we wonder, well, how much longer will we be seeing that livery? But I just haven't heard anything new about the merger with JetBlue. What's going on? Anybody hear anything? We say hello to Owen Meyer. Hello, Owen. Thank you for being here. Eagle ATL says, why is where you're located called Founders Plaza? Well, it's kind of dedicated to the people who helped put DFW Airport on the map 49 years ago. And that's pretty much it. There's a lot of politics involved in making this airport come to pass. Politics involving the cities of Dallas and Fort Worth. Because Dallas already had Dallas Love Field, which was the major airport in the region. Fort Worth had an airport, Beecham Field. Moose and Squirrel just subscribed to Runway DFW. Moose and Squirrel. Does that count as 2 subscriptions? I'm not sure. Moose and Squirrel. Don't make me do my Boris Badenoff accent. The FBI, well, we got a request from the FBI here. Says, can you please shout out Platito? Okay. Well, I don't know if I'm going to shout, but I will say it. Platito. I hope that doesn't mean anything bad in another language. Eagle ATSL says the SEC is evaluating the merger. Thank you, Nancy Fairmount, for checking in as a new subscriber. Evaluating the merger, and there's been some pushback from the feds, so we'll see. At this rate of new technology, the next new remote camera will be located on the east side of the airport. Well, you know, I'm hoping to get over to the east side, to find some way to broadcast from the east side of the airport. I haven't found it yet, but I'm still working on it. So someday we hope to have a broadcast from over there. Now, why is it going out of focus? Camera. It's Airbus A319. American Flight 2060. Is arriving from Sioux Falls. Let's swing around here real quick, because we don't see too many of these planes. Well, we see the plane. This is a Sun Country 737-800 arriving from Houston Intercontinental. So we won't get to see it land, but we get to look at its colorful livery. Might catch the tail going by there. Not Just a Fish, our newest subscriber on Runway DFW. Not Just a Fish, Moose and Squirrel. What's going on here? Moose and Squirrel, I hope you'll join us in the chat when your 10-minute time is upon us. I'd like to know what your story is. There you see, there's been some work going on here, some kind of ditch digging. There used to be some vegetation over there, right where we're at the bottom of the screen there. I don't know, kind of unspecified vegetation. They've dug that all up and they've made a ditch there. So I don't know what's going on. I guess it's just for drainage, probably. As we tilt up and see American Eagle Flight 3188. It's coming in from Roswell, New Mexico. Ooh. Plane Dude says, Runway DFW, I was going to go out to Founders Plaza today, but plans have changed, so sorry for not coming out today. Well, we hope to see you soon, Plane Dude. Flugelstoff says, American 777 from Miami, 10 minutes out. Maybe other runway? Well, it generally comes, those generally land on the east side, but I guess we'll find out. As we welcome Jimmy Weeks as our newest subscriber. Thank you, Jimmy. Well, we've passed the 8,800 mark of subscribers today, so time marches on. I check the screen to see what's happening here. I think the next thing we'll look at is going to be Avianca Flight 440 from San Salvador. It's an Airbus A319, and it too is coming in on the east side. So we'd like to look at different liveries here as best we can bring you. There it is. Oh, look at that. It's their Star Alliance livery, so. It's pretty far away, so I'm doing the best I can to keep it in focus here. As we welcome Laura Janis. Thank you, Laura.
American 1820 with you, Daddy 18 right, parking left. Little hand, 18 there.
So if you're just tuning in, it's just before 4 o'clock. We'll do our top of the hour here in a minute. Kind of reset things. Looks like our next arrival will be on this side of the airport anyway.
411, what you got?
Flight 1820, American Airlines from Ontario, California, 737-800. We're not quite in a position to show that to you yet.
411, give me a second, I'll get it back to you.
I don't know. What is that? I'm hearing it in our that air traffic control in my headphones, and also hearing it on the speakers here at Founders Plaza on a public address system. All right, I think we're in a position now to bring you the incoming flight from Ontario. If I hit the right button here. A little lopsided landing there. Let's see if we can check out that arrival from Miami. It's 777, American Flight 1753, and it is indeed coming in on the east side of the airport. But has that ever stopped us from looking at it? No. Oh, and there's a One World livery. Okay. Battle of the code shares.
Tower American 1770 Natty. Clear to land, 18 right, American 1770.
We had an interesting situation last week here. We had an American Airlines 777, which we saw landing here at DFW after taking off at DFW. It went out to West Texas and turned around and came back. I mean, that was I don't think it was a passenger flight, unless it was doing some kind of special arrangement. But the odd thing about it, and one which I didn't note when it was happening, was that the plane had a rat deployed, which was something I found out from looking at Facebook at the Plane Spotters channel on Facebook that caters to people here at DFW Airport. And so that particular plane, not this one here, but the one we saw last week, the 777, had a rat deployed. A ram air turbine. There's like a little propeller that sticks out at the bottom of the fuselage on this particular aircraft. And so I hadn't noticed it, but I saw some other people posting pictures of it. And I said, well, let me go back and look at that again. And yeah, sure enough, there was that little propeller sticking out. So on last week's broadcast, I made a note of, in the comments, you can find it on the time. It's really kind of interesting to see this. It's just a little bitty propeller, and it's supposed to provide emergency power for the electrical system of the aircraft or the hydraulic system, or maybe both. Again, in case of emergency. Now, I don't think there was any emergency associated with this plane. Maybe it was just a test, a routine test of it. But it's definitely an interesting thing to learn. I'd never heard of that before. But if your electrical system goes out and you've got a little turbine that can spin and make power for you, then why not? Not Just a Fish says, all right, 10 minutes is up. Just had to subscribe after Moose and Squirrel did. Hello from a cold Finland. Very happy to have you here from a cold Finland. We're to have a pretty pleasant day here at DFW Airport.
Southeast course 20 left box at Alpha 20 at the ground unit side of American.
Not Just a Fish, we have Moose and Squirrel. I love that name. For those of you who don't know Moose and Squirrel, that references back to the old Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoons. And that's what Boris Badenoff used to refer to Rocky and Bullwinkle as Moose and Squirrel. Rocky and Bullwinkle is great because as a child, I found it hilarious, but also, you know, it had content that was suitable for adults too. They had things that kids would go right over kids' heads. So it'd be something for adults and kids to watch together. And of course, as an adult, if you go back and look at it, and you were from that era, because you know they certainly make some references that were specific to the 60s when it was first broadcast. But yeah, Rocky and Bullwinkle, very clever. Moose and Squirrel.
On the west side.
Ooh, are we buffering? That's not good. Let me check.
The Whiskey Kilo and cross 18 left to fly on the airline. 5
Well, it may have been momentary. I see that looks like our
Sorry, I kind of stepped on you there. I think it was
signal is solid right now, so
away,
there may have been some momentary buffering, so I apologize for that.
It's way 967 line up and wait 18 left, thanks.
That's not a good look. Douglas saying DFW getting busy again after ice all week. And yes, we have now completely thawed out. I don't see any remnants of any ice around here. What we got there, it's American Flight 2967 off to Los Angeles, and Airbus A321 now filling your screen. As we look at an Embraer 175 coming in from Corpus Christi in Texas, one of those many, many Lone Star destinations.
RNAV park clear for takeoff 18 left, American 2967.
There it goes. Let's see if we can catch the Los Angeles flight going out. Well, there's the tail end of it. Switch back to camera 1 to pick it up.
Flight away, American 2854.
If you have just joined us, welcome on in to Runway DFW, live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport here in Texas. My name is Walt. Your plane pal, your sky guy, your aviation amigo, your septuagenarian streamer.
Departure American 2967, good day.
FBI wants to know, are there any other heavy planes landing soon? Let us consult the Oracle. Yes, we'll have American Flight 37 coming in from Madrid in España. That'll be a 787-800, or yeah, 787-8. That's landing on the east side. We'll try to pick that up. Hello, Norman Kloss, our newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you.
RNAV Laren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2854.
Speaking of Moose and Squirrel, Adam says the Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle was also released as a film in the year 2000. A slightly more modern take on the original TV series. You know, I never caught that that version.
Sir.
I seem to remember hearing about it, but I never did see it.
RNAV park clear to go 18 left, American.
Trying to see if we've got the That is definitely not the Dreamliner coming in from Madrid, is it? No. I'm scanning the skies for it now. For some reason, it is not making itself apparent to me. Just about to cross 635. There it is. Okay, I see it. Well, we've got a yellow bird coming in from Las Vegas. So there's the Spirit plane coming in from Las Vegas, and there behind it is the Dreamliner from Madrid. Is that it?
20 left, line forward.
Not sure that's it. Doesn't look big enough. Okay, I guess that's it. Sometimes from a distance, things don't look quite right. Now, because this is a Dreamliner, you may be able to follow it along a little further after it disappears here, because, you know, the tail is kind of high up there. There it goes. Only so far we can see it, though.
27, good. To the east side, I think that was.
That's as much as we can see of that plane coming in from Madrid. It's going to taxi to the south end of the airport on the east side, then it's got to come over a bridge to the international terminal here on the west side. Platito says, I think that's what I was asked to say before. Platito says, what would you say is the rarest plane you have seen at DFW? Well, it's probably between the two Antonov cargo planes that I've seen here, the AN-124 and I can't remember what the designation is of the other one is, but yeah, they're definitely distinctive aircraft, and I think you can see them both here on the Runway DFW channel. I've clipped them out separately. CF says, hey everyone, how are you doing, Walt? Doing very, very well, thank you. After we had kind of a frosty week here. Hey, List Flyer Chris says, good afternoon, everyone. Working and lurking, happy to have you on board. Hey, List Flyer, one of our mods. Here's the flight coming in from Aspen, American Eagle Flight 4974, operated by SkyWest.
Archer, great day, so 3086.
Well, since that big A380 came in early today, it was 5 minutes early. Very unusual, in my experience. I wonder if it'll be leaving on time tonight. What time will it leave? Inquiring minds want to know. check it out. Well, the Finnair is estimated to depart at 4:55.
Hello, American 382.
So about a half hour from now, the Finnair back to Helsinki. Often it will depart on this side. Well, I think last time we were here it did on the west side. Sometimes they send it over to the east side for departure, so we'll see. We've got American Flight 48 off to Paris,
we're clear to land.
the Dreamliner, which will be leaving at, says here, 5:12. And the 5 o'clock hour is our last hour of daylight here. And we look to have a China Airlines cargo, Queen of the Skies, supposed to be out of here just before sundown at 5:40 p.m. And that's off to Anchorage, so keep an eye on that. I don't see the British Airways flight yet. Let's see here. Got a Qatar off to Doha at 6:47, the A350-1000. Don't know if we'll still be here for that. See how things go. British Airways currently scheduled to depart, or I should say scheduled to depart at 6:55. So, man, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
The other learner left at 35.
2802,
Epic
visual
Toast
approach,
Man,
20 right.
who again is a fellow streamer here,
8 right, clear to land, American 2802.
says, considering buying a stand-up mic to catch the surrounding sound, as we welcome Ron L. as a new subscriber. I was looking back at my stream, and the place in the audio isn't the best outside. No. Well, what you need some kind of a... Well, I thought you had a... I thought I saw a mic on top of your camera. Now, on my microphone, oh, there's Viva Aerobus. What do you know? It's off to Monterrey, Mexico, the home, of course, of our favorite beverage, Topo Chico sparkling water. As that goes out, we'll see in the picture American Airlines flight coming in from Eagle, Colorado. So off it goes to Monterrey as we get ready to welcome a flight from Phoenix, American Flight 2802. That camera just not working out very well, is it? So here comes the A321 from Phoenix.
Whiskey Lima, cross runway 18 left, and we'll take Foxtrot, Alpha will call ground on top of the British American.
So anyway, Epic Toast Man, the key to getting some sound in the wind. Now, obviously you can hear the wind on my microphone here. I've got what's called a dead, well, what's referred to as a dead cat. It's just kind of a furry ball. Yeah, a lot of our, and it does a pretty good job at cutting that noise. You hear the on our second microphone, the one we used to pick up the sound of the aircraft.
It's probably 122.
When I pot that thing up, you can hear the wind blowing more on that. I don't yet have a suitable cover for that. It's got a foam screen, but the foam screen doesn't work as well as the what they call the dead cat technology. Ken Finch says, I'm under the duvet, everyone, so I will bid you all a very good night.
American 27, 22, 18 right. Land 18 right, American 27, 22.
See, now this is just my microphone here. It kind of isolates my sound, but when I pot up the sound that gives you, the mic that gives you the aircraft arriving, it's a little noisy in the wind. American Eagle Flight 3358, which I believe is coming in from Zihuatanejo in Mexico. Am I right about that? No, sorry, Manzanillo. We have a Spirit Airlines plane, as you can see there very plainly. This is Flight 2701. It's an Airbus A321. It is bound for Lost Wages. Here comes American 2722, arriving from Reno, Nevada. Did I miss it? Was it too high up? Where'd it go? I thought I could get them both in the same shot there. I guess I was wrong about that. That's the flight from Reno. Wide here, some kids in blankets.
Daddy, he wants to stay. Fine. Wah, wah, wah.
So a gleaming yellow Spirit aircraft in the late afternoon sun here is off to Vegas. That plane seems a lot louder than some of the others that we've seen.
Departure 2701, right, thank you.
That's just a 6-year-old aircraft. 757 Chip says, as we get closer to April 15th, I recall Chico Marx referring to Dallas, Texas as Dollars, Texas in duck soup. Well, that goes pretty far back there, 757 Chip. Arius World says, is everyone's ice melted if you live in the DFW area? Because mine is. Yeah, pretty much. It was quite a different story here a couple of days ago, that's for sure.
Confirm. Pick up 1 left on Abbey Park, American 2020.
Alrighty then. Our next arrival is from Querétaro in Mexico. It's American Airlines Flight 2221, a 737-800. We're right here on Runway DFW. Our camera over here to see American Flight 2028, which is getting ready to lift off for San Francisco. Off it goes. FBI says, when you go to Founders Plaza, do you also smell all the jet fuel in the air? Sometimes, most notably when UPS is operating from just south of us. That's when, you know, the planes, the big jets start up right over there, just a few hundred feet from us, and that's when you really can smell it. The other notable aroma that we get here as we watch this plane coming in from Santa Ana, it's American Flight 2674, a 737-800. The other noticeable smell we sometimes get is from the what happens right here. You see when those tires touch down, they burn rubber, and we get that kind of burning rubber smell sometimes when the wind is blowing just right. I haven't noticed it today yet, but on most days when the wind is blowing in this general direction, because it's really coming from that exact direction right now, this, well, yeah, pretty much the southeast. Sometimes that aroma of burning rubber will waft our way. Epic Toast Man says, my birthday is coming up on April 5th, which is a Wednesday. Do you think you could stream that day? Well, Epic Toast Man, there's a lot of factors involved, not the least of which is weather. And I can't really make a prediction as to that. If I can, I will. Check back with me when we get closer to April 5th. As we say hello to Blake Tibbetts, the very newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Hello, Blake. It's an Airbus A319 coming in from Morelia in Mexico. Exactly 2 hours ago is when it left. On that Airbus A319. FBI wants me to know, just so you know, that Platito's name is pronounced like Platito. So I hope I got it right that time. Sharon Kamal Pada says, does DFW Airport close down overnight like most U.S. airports? No, this is a 24-hour airport. Now, obviously, in the middle of the night, you don't get a lot of passenger traffic. We get a few red eyes, in and out. But a lot of cargo comes in at night. This is American Flight 2196 coming in from San Juan in Puerto Rico. I don't think I've ever seen a San Juan flight come in on this side of the airport. This is a 777. That is a flight of 4 hours and 43 minutes on that 777-300ER. So yeah, I think the San Juan flight usually comes in over on the east side because that's where San Juan is generally over to the east of us. A buttery landing, I think we can all agree. Brad 737 agrees, and Douglas Serrano says that he's a fan of the 777-300ER. Have we officially said hello to our Moderation Federation? Well, we've noted them along the way, but there they are. Thank all of them for participating in our broadcasts. They really make a difference in how people enjoy things, and making sure that unsavory elements will not be a part of this broadcast. So thank you, Moderation Federation, for all you do for us here on an ongoing basis on Runway DFW. FBI wants to know if any 747's coming in. Well, we did note that there's a China Airlines cargo plane coming in, or going out in a short while. I think in the 5 o'clock hour. So stand by for that. Here's American Flight 2081. Well, that's not it, is it? There it is. Coming in from Sacramento, California. Been flying around for 2 hours and 37 minutes. See if we can catch the tail end of this flight from London. This is another 777 American Airlines flight coming in on the east side. And when I say tail end, I meant tail end, didn't I? Another technical question from Epic Toastman. How do you connect your phone to your laptop? Well, I don't. Actually, I have a separate hotspot from T-Mobile, which I connect by Ethernet cable. So it's a less of a, kind of reduces the problems you sometimes have with Wi-Fi. So that's what I'm using. And now we're going to have one of those Runway DFW interludes where I run to my car to get something I need. In this case, a box of tissues. And so I'll be right back. And during these times, we generally provide you with a musical interlude. So let's see what we got on deck here. Well, thank you all for your indulgence while I went back to the car and did that work. Or actually, I removed our remote camera. It wasn't performing very well, so just took it off the top of my car. But that's all, background kind of stuff, right? What we got over there? Got a little teeny tiny plane off to where is that going? Del Rio, Texas. What was that American Eagle flight? It's coming in. Got a little bigger plane coming in. It's American Flight 1215 from Puerto Vallarta, an Airbus A321. Ooh, the wind is picking up, isn't it? Let me turn that down a little bit. So we've got two flights from sunny Mexico arriving. This first is from Puerto Vallarta. It's an Airbus A321 and flight 1215 American Airlines. Right behind it is American Eagle 3854 from Acapulco. That'll be an Embraer 175. I want to thank Michael Long for a very nice $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Michael. Super chats help us maintain this operation held together by baling wire.
All right, goes right, try your ramp. 229 heavy, thanks.
There's a Volaris flight we missed on the way in, or while I was off. Try to see what the name of that is. Lost something. There goes a Dreamliner headed back to the hangar. I can't quite make that out on my little tiny screen here. And again, thanks to Michael Long for that very kind super chat. Thank you, Michael. Don't want to miss any of those. Here's that American Eagle flight arriving from Acapulco. And I think the last time I went to Acapulco, it was a very long time ago. It was on a Braniff 727, I want to say. And I don't know if did I catch this? I don't know if I did, but let me put it up there. It was 25 minutes ago. I must have missed it from 757 Chip, who provided a $10 super chat. Good afternoon, Walt. Thanks for the diversion from tax preparation. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you. I hope that will come out of your what I hope to be a very large refund. Donald Green is here, says, just subscribe, glad to be a part. We're glad to have you with us. We know there's lots of aircraft, airport channels to watch, and we just appreciate your hanging out with us for a bit. Thank you. We have a very nice group of folks here on a regular basis. Another question, another technical question from Epic Toastman. Have you ever thought of making channel memberships? And yes, I have thought of it, and it's definitely on my radar. And so if you are a Runway DFW super fan, you can look forward to that at some point in the next couple of months, I guess. My problem with memberships is usually, they entail providing something extra to the viewer. And I don't know that I have anything, because I have a regular job, which eats up a lot of my time. I don't know that I have a lot of extra things that I can provide to anybody who wants to become a member, but we'll see what happens. This is American Airlines Flight 9870. Sorry, check that. 9780 is going to San Salvador. It's an Airbus A321. A 20-year-old Airbus A321 at that. So it's been around the block a few times.
Blair, cliff takeoff, 1 left, American 97. Left, line and wait on 132.
And there you have our multi-cam technology. Here comes an Airbus A320, American Flight 384.
American 780 so long.
I think this is from Zihuatanejo, Mexico. Let's check that. Got my designations right. Yeah, Zihuatanejo, 2 hour and 15 minute flight. The Metro Channel with an exclamation point. Just subscribe to Runway DFW. Thank you, the Metro Channel. What metro are you in? There are a lot of metros. A very kind comment from Graphic Sign and Design. Well, just keep it going. You're getting better each time out. I appreciate you. Thank you. That means a lot. We say hello to Denise Steeden. I don't think I've ever seen that name in here before, but if you're new, thank you.
18 left, cliff takeoff, American 2100.
That Airbus A319 is off to Santa Ana, California. Just now poked its way out of the picture, didn't it? Oh, we'll get it back in over here. Another flight coming in from Cozumel, from Mexico, which will be arriving as this is taking off. It's American Flight 1256. Be coming into your screen from the left. 737-800. That plane you see going to the left of your screen is American Flight 1966 to San Antonio, Texas, 737-800. If you're new to the channel and unfamiliar with Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, you will have noticed fairly quickly that there's a lot of American Airlines and American Eagle aircraft here. They take up about 85% of the flights here. do American Eagle and American Airlines. It's the home base of American. Their headquarters are just down the road from here in Fort Worth, Texas. But at the same time, you know, if you've watched long enough, you know we've had a lot of other airlines coming and going. It's just that they're dominated here by American. There's 5 terminals here. American exclusively occupies 3 of them. It hasn't always been that way. Of course, when this airport opened, Braniff was the dominant airline, and when they folded, American kind of filled the vacuum, so to say. So American has a lot of say about what goes on here. So if you like American Airlines, this is the place to be. That you're looking at there is American Flight 1966. It's off to San Antonio, 737-800. And you see there's kind of a...
On Airline, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1966.
Going to be a log jam of aircraft getting ready to take off here. Nothing like it was earlier this week, though, when just hundreds of flights were canceled here because of the ice storm we had, which continued for, we had like several waves. I don't know, was there 3 or 4 waves of
Line up and wait, 18 left, American.
freezing precipitation, which lashed us for days. Schools here were closed pretty much all week, most of them. Businesses were shut down, roads were quite treacherous. You may have seen it on the news. But yesterday was a different story. We warmed up beyond freezing. Most of what had accumulated melted, and today we're up there in the 50s as far as the temperature goes. Here at the airport, it's currently 57 degrees with the wind out of the south at 16 miles an hour.
American 1691.
Wait, 18 left, American 1322.
Departure today, American 1966.
This should be American Flight 1691, headed to Oklahoma City on that 737-800. As that takes off, we'll see American Eagle Flight 3497 landing from Pensacola, Florida. There it is. It's an Embraer 175.
Good day, American 1691.
Well, we're getting into the golden hour here. As I say thank you to our subscriber by the name of Jose Aguilar. $5 super chat. Thank you, Jose. Much appreciated. And there's our automated acknowledgement.
18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1322.
Arya's World has 2 questions. Do you have any merch? And what time is the video ending? And so the answer to the first one is not at the moment. No merch. This is all we got right here. And the broadcast, I don't know when it's an undefined ending. We've got some Gerard humor coming. I tried to sue the airport for losing my luggage. I lost my case. Wait a minute. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Okay, it's a new soundboard. I have to figure out where the Rimshot is. Okay.
That's where you left it. Wish you could 25 onwards.
Matt C is a fan. Keep them coming now that I know where the Rimshot is. Denise Stevens says, I didn't realize it got really cold in Dallas. Well, in the wintertime, we usually get at least a few days of cold weather. Notably, 2 years ago, I think it was 2 years in February, 2 years this month, we had a really bad cold spell, and the power went off all across Texas. We were without power at Rancho Runway DFW for, I'm going to say, 3 days. And it was in the teens in the Fahrenheit temperatures.
American 1240.
So yes, it does get cold here. Spirit Airlines in that A320 Neo. Where is it going? Where is it going? As soon as, there it goes. It's going to Los Angeles. I was looking at YouTube. There's a channel which specializes in airline TV advertising. It has all sorts of ads for, many airlines which no longer exist. One of them being, I think it was called Hughes Air West, which also had yellow planes, and yellow painted planes for their livery, and I think they referred to them in advertising with the word banana, if I remember correctly. Stuart Tingley says, I photographed a brand new A320 painted in Spirit Airlines colors coming from Toulouse, France. Of course, the home of Airbus.
Wait 18 left, American 1487.
And headed to Detroit over my yard at 37,000 feet in New Brunswick, Canada.
Tower 30, visual 1 right.
Wes Westbrook says, Northeast had a yellow bird. Yeah, I remember that. And Epic Toast Man, always with questions, says, do you have any weekday streams this week? And it's really, I haven't looked at the forecast yet to see what direction the wind is blowing from, as we've gone over many times here. As we look at Flight 1497 on its way to Wichita, Kansas, at least the tail of it. I generally don't like to broadcast from here if the wind is blowing from the north, because we don't we don't get a really good view of the aircraft here. So we're in south flow today, which is what we like. And if we have south flow this week, I know it's going to be raining at some time later this week. So we'll just have to see. That is why we have that little bell. YouTube has favored us with that little bell technology, which gives you an alert when we have a broadcast that is scheduled. So hopefully that's helpful to you guys. I know it is to me.
Left American 2554.
I'm sitting there at my desk in my office working. I work at home, so that's not a problem. And, you know, I'll get the alert that, oh, there's a new stream coming on now. So I'll switch over to that. So. Oh, Vince Las Vegas has what I was thinking of. Hughes Air West, the top banana in the West. And I think their ads featured a cartoon banana with wings on it, if I remember right, or at least in some instances. So they they played with that theme.
Departure, good day, American 1497.
So there goes an Airbus A321. That's going to Sacramento, California. American Flight 2554. Yeah. There it goes. And for those of you who are jonesing for the sight of a 747, we should have a China Airlines cargo Queen of the Skies going out during this hour. At least that's what was on the manifest for this afternoon.
That's land. My left for the takeoff, American 2199.
I certainly hope to see that. That, as I always say, that just seeing a 747 just makes my day brighter. And of course, this past week was the official ceremony marking the final production 747 going to Atlas Air. And did you watch? I was watching it online, and John Travolta showed up, noted American actor and pilot, and he said he had to be there. They kind of, I think they said, hey, do you want to record something for us to play back here? He said, no, I want to be there in person to see this. So it was kind of cool.
Alright, 18 left, clear for takeoff, RNFB park on board 30.
Well, what do we see there? Well, looky there. It's the Finnair. It's the A350 900? Yes. And there you see a Qantas Dreamliner in the background. But this is going back to Helsinki. And so the question is whether we'll see it over on our side of the airport or if it's going to go over to the east side. We'll see.
Right out the warning right. Land warning right first.
28 left, line of flight, American 2456.
Finnair, yes.
On departure on board 3614, see you.
Okay, I've got my Snare drum ready. Gerard says, what do you get if you cross a snake in a plane? A Boeing Constrictor! Now that, my friends, is dad humor. Thank you, Gerard. And this, my friends, is American Flight 2466 headed to Omaha, Nebraska. 737-800. That is a 10-year-old aircraft. Just after 5 o'clock here at DFW International Airport in Texas. My name is Walt. Your fly guy, your plane pal, your aviation amigo, your septuagenarian streamer.
Underweight, runway 18 left, American 2103.
And we're here for another afternoon of exciting aviation action. We're glad you could hang around with us here. It's not quite an extravaganza, I wouldn't say.
Nav Larry, clear for takeoff 18 left, American 2103. Wait, 18 left, American 2336. Departure, good day.
FBI is trying to compete with Gerard. What do you call a hard landing? Boing, boing, boing.
Let's be parked, let's take up on left, American 2360. Your left knob, light space 49. Or departure, American 2103.
Here comes an A319 from Oaxaca, Mexico. Sounds like a word Johnny Carson would have liked to have said. Oaxaca. Johnny Carson, of course, being a notable late-night TV host here in the USA, for those of you who are internationally inclined. I remember him telling a story about how he could go to Paris, Johnny Carson would, and you just walk around. Nobody would, hardly anybody would recognize him except for maybe U.S. tourists. That American Eagle flight is off to San Angelo, Texas. There's a couple of American Airlines flights. The one on the left, I believe, will be off to Seattle, that Airbus A321. That's flight 2009, and flight 1027 is the other one. It's on the right. It's an A319 off to Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
RNB Park clear for takeoff 18 left, American 2009. Yeah.
I have to say we have a lot of birds flying around here in the vicinity. Where are they? There they are. It's always a concern for airports when birds hang out.
Departure stress 49 down.
As we watch this American Airlines A319 coming in from Calgary in Canada. It's flight 2517.
Wait, 18 left, American 1027.
Is that our first United jet of the day, I see? David Sheffield says, "Hi, Walt. Glad you are ice-free now. Slip sliding away."
Okay, Golf 8 was cleared across.
Yeah, I
left,
didn't even
Golf
leave the
ground,
house
25 American,
between Monday and Friday, so I didn't have to
American 2009.
put up with any of the very challenging driving conditions. Did I lose track of the Finnair flight? Is it still got a couple of American heavies that are headed out, one to Paris and the other to London Heathrow. Typically those go out on the other side, on the east side, so we'll see what happens with those. This is American Flight 2318 arriving from Los Angeles, an Airbus A321neo. In the late afternoon sun. There's the Finnair. I thought I had lost track of it. Still kind of hanging out down there, waiting for its turn to maneuver. But if we look just to the north of there, we should see the see that 777 headed to Heathrow. And if we come over here a little bit, see a Dreamliner 787-9. That one is headed to Paris, Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. And it is going over to the east side of DFW. Just follow the traffic signs. And what it's about to do is go over a bridge. You see those cars in the background. That's the parkway that leads to all the terminals. And so anybody driving on that parkway in the next minute or two is going to see a gigantic plane going overhead, as we're about to see a 787 coming in right in front of us. This one's from Cancun. So plenty of heavy action for you in the late afternoon. American Flight 2874. From the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. And hey, we're about to see our first United plane of the afternoon. It's United Flight 2655, an Airbus A319, destined for Denver, Colorado.
West side. Home short, 18 left, American
1998.
Yes, that's a 24-year-old aircraft. Our singers kind of got clipped off there.
Takeoff 18 left, United.
Try that again.
2655.
1998.
I'm gonna have to work on that. So often we won't see these older United planes that have been updated to the current livery, but this one has been.
Departure Nigh 2665, hello.
Back to our friendly Finnair flight. Let's see if
Runway 18 left, American 2040.
if it will favor us with a west side departure today.
Park clear for takeoff 18 left, American 2047.
So it's got the American flight to Heathrow following it. And it looks like Finnair's making a turn to the east side, unfortunately for us. I hate to see that. So how's about this American Airlines 777 to, it's making the turn too. It's going over the bridge. It's like a parade. Meanwhile, the flight to Paris, the American Airlines Flight 48 to Paris is getting ready to take off over there on the east side. Maybe we can catch that going off into the wild blue yonder.
American 2047.
There goes that American Dreamliner. No, I mean the American 777 over to the London-bound one. Wes Westbrook says, I like the new United scheme. I don't know how new it is. It's been around for a few years, but United has several liveries going at the moment. And of course, there are people who have called for the restoration of the old United Airlines tulip on the tail. I guess I'd be in favor of that, although that was never my favorite logo. But and I guess the current one actually obviously pays heritage to the combination of United with Continental back in the day.
18 left, line up await, American 1986.
So I'm keeping an eye on the west side, or the east side, because that's where all the action is right now. The Paris-bound flight is second in line to take off. So what we'll kind of do there is see if we can get a look at that taking off.
5th Tower, American 2563, visual 18 right.
Can't actually see it lifting off,
Right,
or
2563.
you know, we can't see it on the runway over there, but we can see it lifting off from behind the terminals. So we'll check that out.
RNF, East Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1986.
That plane you see there, which we're not going to follow, is American Flight 2104 to Ontario, California. We may have to lock down camera 2 now on A380 watch. And okay, the Paris-bound flight is next to take off, and it is rolling. So let's see if we can catch that one on Runway DFW for you. I think I see its tail moving now. We'll see another plane in the foreground coming in from Albuquerque, but we're looking for the flight that's going out to Paris, and there it is. Bon voyage. Here comes that Star Alliance. Is that the Avianca one we saw earlier? I think it is. Yes. So there you go, through the left of your picture there is the Star Alliance livery Avianca flight that's headed back to San Salvador. And we're going to try the same thing with that we just did with the Paris-bound flight, with the Helsinki-bound Finnair flight. We'll take a look at that taking off here shortly. I can't tell where it is in the lineup of plane. There's one plane taking off now, and there's 3 planes now lined up on runway 17 right for takeoff. Let us say hello to Irish Dublin, a familiar presence here at Runway DFW. Hello, Irish Dublin. Top of the afternoon to you. Or I guess top of the evening to you. Over in your neck of the woods. Comes a couple of planes. That American flight is going to Los Angeles, and the one behind it, the United 737, that's going to Houston Hobby Airport. No, Houston Intercontinental Airport. Yep. Hey, look at that. There's another United plane. It's with older livery. The word United is not quite as big on that one, is it? That's touching down from Denver. Okay, now we're going to see if we can catch the Finnair flight as it rises into the sky.
add the layer and 18 left, everything off bearing 2650.
There it is there. You see the F on the tail? There it goes. We'll just have to pretend we're watching it through all those buildings.
Left 148, American 969.
Alrighty then, the Finnair A350-900 winging its way to Helsinki.
So left and then couple.
Here's what's happening at the north end of runway 18 left, where you see that America. Oh, that's the Valor. What is it called? The Valor livery. Flagship Valor livery on that American A321. That's off to Ontario, California. There on the right. Kind of hard to see. It's kind of in the shadows there. We'll get a better look at it when it turns. Donald Connor says, "Hello, Walt. Hope you are well." I am indeed. Thank you. Jim Green says, "Hello, Walt." Oh, Jim Green says, "Hello, everybody. Gun Barrel, Texas here." And yes, that's a real place, Gun Barrel, Texas. Yeah, we're waiting for that. At some point, we hope to see the A380 taking off, and you're about to see a American Airlines. I think it's an A321 bound for Los Angeles going through your screen there. In 3, 2, 1. There it is. Jim Green specifies that Gun Barrel, Texas is 90 miles south of DFW.
Okay, American 969.
You got a bunch of tails there, don't we? United, Mesa, American. Got a crazy quilt. The Mesa plane is operating on behalf of American Eagle, and they're going to go their separate ways, American and Mesa, at some point later this year. So let's see if we can get a better view of this livery, this special livery.
Sorry, where are you? Lima, hold short of 18 left, American 1955.
Honoring recipients of the Medal of Honor. They're building a Medal of Honor museum in a community here in North Texas. I'm trying to think of the name of the community now. For some reason, it's escaping me. But they have a parade and a ceremony every year to honor any Medal of Honor recipients who can attend. As I said, they're building a museum for the Medal of, in behalf of the Medal of Honor. Jim Green is spotting with us all from his backyard. There's the Star Alliance livery of the Avianca plane, which we saw earlier arriving from San Salvador. Now it's headed out. Get a little better look at it this time.
111, line up and wait, American 2698.
Kind of miss the red engines on the regular Avianca livery.
American 2698 is going to wait here until the Avianca is off the runway. Until he's rolling.
I think I just gave you an inadvertent sniffle. I apologize for that.
All right, just verify American 2698, clear the line up 18 left. Wait, 18 left, American 2698.
So off to San Salvador it goes.
RNAV Laren, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2698.
If you look closely at this shot, there in the upper left-hand corner, you will see our friend the moon. Is that quite a full moon? I'm not sure. Looks pretty full to me.
1844 and 80 inbound, good afternoon. Livery inbound, good afternoon. Right, equivalent 1844. That's it, you hold turn 20 left.
This shot for a second or two, because maybe we'll get a plane flying in front of it. We've got a American Airlines Flight 479 and A321 coming in from Los Cabos in Mexico. It seems to be on the right trajectory, so we'll give it a shot.
Departure, we'll see you, American 2698.
So here it comes. Yeah, we may pull out a little bit here. Let's see what we get.
Clear for takeoff, 15 left, American RNAV Land, American 948.
Ah. Well, I gave it a try. Clive Barber says, "Hi Walt, loving the stream. Any UPS visual on the cargo ramp today?" Well, on a Saturday, we generally, as I say hello to Haley Jensen, who's our newest subscriber, on Saturday we generally don't get any UPS action, at least not in the hours that I'm here. There are some planes parked over there. You can see in the foreground an MD-11. There's another MD-11 which is kind of not in our, I don't know if we can see it here or not. Yeah, it's kind of behind the Founders Plaza monument there. You can kind of make it out and see that engine number 2 there on the tail on the right side of your screen. But yeah, they don't generally have any action today on Saturday. Just got somebody waving at us. Maybe they're watching us while we, oh, that's me. Wait a minute, get me out of the way.
48 to departure.
Mary Extraordinaire says, "Hi Walt, there are so many different size planes." Well, that's a nice thing about a big airport like this. We kind of get to see all of them at one time or another. Shall we try for another moonshot here? Let's see if we can expand our horizons a little bit. Well, as the moon climbs higher in the sky, maybe we'll get one transiting the moon. Joshua Leclerc says, "Good afternoon. We say goodbye back to you." Our moderator and friend Michelle RS says it's looks a lot better here than it did a few days ago. It sure does. Either that camera has slipped out of position or the A380 has been moving. I think it's the camera there.
Whiskey Lima, clear top. Left. 44.
That's our designated A380 camera right now.
4161.
See if I can tilt that down just a bit. Get that stop sign in the foreground. We've still got a United jet parked up here on the north side of... It's kind of been waiting around for a while. I think this one has. Is this the one we saw before? I think it is. This is a United Flight 1818 going out to Houston Intercontinental Airport. This is a 737-700. We don't see a lot of here. Let's see if our singers can give us some age information about this one. Try it again.
1998.
Okay, that's a 20th century aircraft. Dating back 24 years. Who knows, maybe this was made before some of you were born. Okay, we're going to try the moonshot again now. Hang on a second. That kind of worked. Should have been closer in on the moon, though.
Line up for weight 18 left, United 1818, thank you. For departure traffic going on Void 4161.
So back to this old 737-700. Oh, you know, as I was driving down here, I came up with a solution for Boeing. You know, after it gets through the, you know how it numbers its planes with 7X7, 737, 747, 757, etc. Of course, they only have one number left, 797. And after that, what are they going to do? And I came up with a solution for Boeing. And Boeing, if you're listening, here it is.
18 left, RNAV to Larry, United 1818.
You just go to 4 digits, okay? And so the next generation would be the 7007, yeah? See where I'm going? I haven't figured out about the next number, but after that you could call it the 727, 7207, right? And then the 737, 7307. So you honor the legacy of the existing numbering scheme, but just do it with 4 numbers. You're welcome. Now, I don't know if the estate of Ian Fleming would have would take issue with calling, with making the designation of 7007, but
Tower, get out. Spirit wing 471, visual 18 right.
anyway, that just popped into my head as I was driving down here today.
Plane right, plane to land, Spirit wing 471.
And, you know, there must be people at Boeing who have been contemplating this naming nomenclature for years. What are we going to do after 797?
Clear for takeoff, 18 left, RNAV to Lauren, American 2958.
Epic Toast Man says, do you think they should add a restroom at Founders due to the increase of people visiting there? Well, obviously, I hang out here a lot, and I say, yes, there should be a restroom here. But I have a feeling that the reason there's not is to kind of keep people moving in and out. Now, this is a free area. You can come in here freely. There's no admission, and you can park here for as long as you want. And I don't know. I probably wondered that they'd, or I would guess that they might have a concern that people could just camp out here for great lengths of time if they knew they could take care of their business while they were hanging out here. So I don't know. I don't see restroom facilities in the cards here at Founders Plaza, unfortunately. Will C. Hayes says, hey, Walt, I got a question for you. Which is the best, Air China or Emirates Airlines? I cannot say with any authority because I've never flown on either one. if you're talking about flying on them. We've got an aircraft coming in here. It's American Flight 3398 from Greenville. It's American Eagle Flight. Let's see if it goes by the moon for us. That's kind of nice. Slow that down a bit. Maybe I'll add that to the opening. Chris Hayes says, "Good afternoon, Texas." Good afternoon to you, Chris. My mouth has stopped working. It's not really, I wouldn't say it's cold here. It's 57 degrees according to the official airport temperature. But the wind is blowing about 15 miles an hour, and that makes it feel colder, but certainly nothing like we've had earlier this week. We had temperatures below freezing for like 4 days in a row. Going to give one more try to our moonshot here. It's going to be Spirit Airlines with the birthday cake livery coming in from Los Angeles. Yeah, we're less than 15 minutes now from sunset here. You can probably tell by the color shift that we're in that golden hour. Burr indeed, Michelle RS. Burr indeed. Is that a Dreamliner I see backing out there? I don't see it on the radar though. It may be going over to the hangar area. Tiny Truck says, "Oh hey, I love the Skittles Spirit livery." Is that what they call it? Epic Toast Man says, "Slowly edging to 9,000 subscribers." Yeah, well, that's what we like to see. 8837 is the current count. For those of you keeping score. Okay, we'll try one more of these moonshots here. Camera didn't focus. Ah well. I was flying a little low anyway. That flight was American Eagle 3805. There it is. That wasn't. No, that's not it. That was a Embraer 175. No, that was American Eagle flight 5762, arriving from Columbus. Hey, we've got a Delta flight getting ready to blast off here. This is off to Salt Lake City. Flight 1665.
Delta 1665, line up, wait, 18 left.
It's lining up and waiting. Is this Airbus A320? That plane is a 20-year-old. Oh, it's almost... It can almost drink.
RNAV speed park, 18 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 1665.
It has received the clearance.
18 left, line up and wait on board 36. RNAV Laren, 18 left, clear for takeoff on board 36.
Douglas Serrano says cargo Luxe on the radar arriving from Anchorage, and that means a 747. Hoorah.
Line up and wait, 18 left, runway 54.
The best person at landing in PIFTS, PTFS. Hello, Walt. Sorry I'm late for the stream. No worries. Marvin Batchelor says 707X would be a good legacy. I flew from Heathrow to Sydney in 1967. What a roar. What a plane. From
Departure on board
Martin and Basingstoke. Basingstoke? Yes, in the UK. Could a 707 make that trip from London to Sydney in one without... I would imagine it would have had to stop along the way. I don't think they had that kind of range, did they? I don't think.
parking on the side.
And we get greetings from Rohan. Hello, Rohan. We're getting word that our mighty 747 not far out now. Let's take a look. Let me adjust my... Okay, there, I see it. Yes, Cargo Luxe flight, is this the right number? 93 PK from Anchorage, about 18 minutes away from here. Could that be our final flight of the night? I don't know. We'll see. Nightfall is getting ready to descend upon us. There's a look back towards the west as the sun's getting ready to dip below the horizon here at DFW Founders Plaza. Looking back towards the east, can't tell you what's going on here because I filtered out everything except 747s there. Okay. So the plane on the right, American Flight 1175, is off to San Francisco. The one on the left, the Spirit Airlines A320 Neo, is going to Las Vegas.
$11.75, good day.
Another question comes coming in here. My mouse has stopped working again. Oh, there we go. Epic Toast Man, you know I'm filled with questions, so how about another one? Okay. In your description, it says that you were a photographer for the news and you founded WFAA. What was it like being a TV photographer? Well, for one thing, I didn't found WFAA, which is a major TV station here in Dallas-Fort Worth, but I did found WFAA.com, the website. I established that. And it's still going strong. But yes, I was a news photographer in the 70s, the 1970s. I've been in TV news since then, but my TV photojournalism career did not endure because I kind of went over to the producing side. But when I started, it was so long ago, Sonny, that I was shooting on film. You know what film is? Yes, I shot on film. I developed the film. I edited the film. It's just an entirely different... I can't even imagine going back to that world. I mean, how we would get newscasts on day after day.
782,
Shooting on film was crazy.
Take up 1 left, our net layer in American 1568.
I mean, if it was a breaking news story and you were shooting it on film, it would take... I'm trying to remember now. I think it took about 12 or 15 minutes from the time the film went in the processor to the time it came out. And there were times when we'd be just standing at the reel at the end of the processor machine, waiting for that film to come out so that we could to string it up and run it raw on the air. It was a fire or a big accident or some other breaking news event.
Wait, 18 left, American.
Now, film does have its, you know, certain qualities. Like, for instance, talking about WFAA, at SMU, the Southern Methodist University here in Dallas, has acquired all of the archival footage from WFAA, and they put it up regularly on YouTube, and it's kind of fascinating to watch. And the thing is that because 16 millimeter film was essentially high definition, I mean, it wasn't high definition when it was broadcast because you could only watch it on standard definition television sets, but inherently the 16 millimeter film is high definition. And so SMU's transferring that footage, and you can watch it today on YouTube in high definition. It's amazing to me. This is American Flight 1041. It's off to Las Vegas. It's an Airbus A321. As you can see the sunlight reflecting off office buildings there in the background.
B part clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 1041.
I do believe the sun is now officially dipped below the horizon here, North Texas. I believe it's the first time we've had a sunrise or a sunset after 6 p.m. Since last fall.
Good day, American 1041.
Mary Extraordinaire says, "Did you work with Dan Rather, Walt?" Well, no, he was here before my time. I mean, I'm an old timer, but not that old. Let's put it this way: Dan Rather covered the Kennedy assassination when he was working here in Texas, and I was watching it on TV as a 10-year-old. So I was certainly familiar with his work, but I never had a chance to meet him. Dan Rather being one of the most notable TV journalists that we have, and he's still hanging in there. He's still tweeting and YouTubing and making his voice known. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Douglas is letting us know that the cargo Luxe is now over Denton, which is a city I drive through on the way down here. So not too far away, not too far at all. Super 80 Swiss Air says, "Hi, Walt and everyone. We're happy to have you with us." You're looking at the British Airways A380, which is getting ready to for its departure back to London.
Fabric 26.71 right. The one go out of 26.
Oh, and Rohan says, "Hey Walt, I saw you at the Founders Plaza a few days back. It was nice meeting you." Yes, nice meeting you too. And, you know, if you're ever out here and I'm here, even though I look like I'm very engaged and I've got headphones on and I'm doing stuff, feel free to poke your head in and wave and say hello. Here's a look to the north. Multiple planes in the sky. And it's going to be getting dark here quickly. This happens when we lose the light like this. I'm now debating whether I should plug in camera 5 before the 747 gets here. Should probably think about doing that pretty fast. Let me see here. Let me see where that is. Do I have time? Yes, I believe I do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to camera 2 here. I'm going to see if I can get camera 5 going. Camera 5 is our low light camera. It takes a minute or two to get all configurated here. So please stand by.
What's short 1 in left?
I don't know about this. Hang in there, folks. I'm moving as fast as I can. All right, the big lens is mounted. Got to get a cable adapter for it. Hang on there. Paula Danes is our newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you, Paula. And what's happening now, if you're just tuned in, I'm plugging in our alternate camera here so we'll get a clearer picture of the 747 as it comes in. And I think we've got it. Well, that was the moon. We're going to swing around now, and I think we caught this just in time, didn't we? There she is. The Queen has arrived.
Tower American 9779, we're ready to go. On from weight 18 left, American 9779.
And Gerard wants us to know that the Cargo Luxe Retro livery is 32 minutes out. Whoa. Well, will we have to extend our stay here? I've got to get my auxiliary monitor mounted here somehow.
RNAV Larry, clip take up 18 left, American 9779.
Logistically, it would be nice if I just had a second tripod with this other camera on it, but let's see what I can do here. So stand by. I appreciate your patience. I think the part that I'm looking for right now may be in the car. So hang on.
Departure American 9779.
American 2321, ready at 18 left at the Zulu table. 18 left, intersection Zulu, live for wait American 2321.
Okay, so while I go over to the car and get some more stuff, hang on there. We'll do our little disco thing here on Runway DFW.
Go!
Valerian 18 left at Zulu intersection, clear takeoff American 2321.
All your favorites. Disco time.
Golf Age, cross 18 left, Foxtrot Alpha versus left 6.
Well, I'm here, everyone. I'm still kind of going about trying to conjure up a way to monitor what I'm watching. I usually have a connector that I can hang my monitor on the tripod here, but it's not going to work for us tonight.
More fun.
Yeah, we're having more fun. So let's see if this will do it here. I really just need a way to watch the screen so I can focus it. So let's see what we got here. Let me dump out that music here. Okay, I think what we've got in our sights there is American Airlines Flight 21 coming in from Heathrow. It's a 777. 777-300ER. As we keep our eye on big old BA 193, is it 193? So anyway, what we've been told is that we've got on the radar a retro livery cargo Luxe coming in. I don't know what the precise timing on that one is. Why that looks so soft. That's a little better. Plane spotting with Keith says, my wife and I are arriving on American 2737 from Houston at 19:55. We're just about to push back from the gate in Houston. I don't know if we'll be here that late. Keith, if we are, we'll look out for your flight. MRI says, Walt, the full moon and the setting sun was really great on my way back to the house from the local airport tonight. Daniel Jager says, was DFW airport closed during the ice storm? There were times when it was. I mean, they kept it operational for the most part, but yeah, there were times when they had to just shut everything down. And from watching the flight radar, it appeared that they would shut down one side of the airport and then kind of focus on clearing the runways on the other side and vice versa. This is American Flight 2029, an Airbus A321 arriving from Sacramento in California on Runway DFW after dark. Captain General says, hey, so the cargo Luxe with a retro livery coming in from Mexico City. Flight 6696. So, hopefully we can hang out till that gets here. There was a plane taking off over there, wasn't there? Well, I guess not. I heard it. That's the plane we're waiting for. Well, that's one of them. Okay, 6:55 is the time for the Cargo Luxe arrival. That's 30 minutes from now. So I guess we'll just camp out till then. With you guys. Becky Davies says British Airways airplane UK. Yeah, at the gate. Let's see if we have an updated time on when that is going to be departing us here. So I consult the Oracle. We've got the Qatar A350 1000 leaving for Doha. Supposed to be at 6:25. I guess we should be on the lookout for that, should we not? British Airways 7:21 is when it's supposed to go out. That's a little less than an hour from now. Douglas wants to know how many LHR flights does DFW have? Speaking of London Heathrow, I believe American has three or four flights a day to London. There's a lot of flights to London out of here. And when you count all the seats, and the American flights are Dreamliners or 7 or 777s, and then adding this thing to the seat count. There's a lot of seats between here and merry old England every day. We've got this gigantic lawn here, and somebody's standing right in front of our shot of the British Airways plane. I mean, right in front. Well, let's get a plane in action here, shall we? That's what you came here to see. That was American Flight 332 coming on in from San Diego, California. I would like to give a very big thank you to Patrick Walters with a €20 super chat. Thanks, Walt, for staying longer, allowing us to watch another of my homeland's queens. Yes, Patrick from Luxembourg, correct? Yes. Happy to do it when we can. The weather is at least cooperating with us on this Saturday evening. There's our automated thank you for Patrick. I put that in there just in case I somehow miss one of these kind contributions. And what those, what they do, they help us pay for our streaming expenses, the money we gotta pay the phone company for giving you this signal.
So, spin minimal tone on us.
I'm starting to get a little chilled here. Well, the next aircraft to arrive is a
It's going to be a problem.
CRJ 700 coming in from Amarillo, Texas. American Eagle
We're at speed right now.
3053. So we're talking about that Cargo Luxe. I don't know if I've seen that Cargo Luxe retro livery in person before. I think I may have seen it on another channel. Our pal Gerard over in the Netherlands, letting us know that the Cargo Luxe is 18 minutes out. I'll have to kind of, what they call in the radio business, back announce some of these planes because my phone is not in a good position for me to look at it as I shoot. That was American Flight 1321 arriving from the mile-high city of Denver, an Airbus A321.
Mommy over there with the grandpa.
Joshua Leclerc says, "This is a great show." I should hire you, Joshua Leclerc, to do my my promotions. But thank you, Joshua. It's very nice.
on board. We are ready.
Cathay Spotter says, "Hello, everyone. We see a Cathay Pacific cargo plane every now and again here.
Call sign, please.
This shot, you can kind of see the array of planes lining up to come in. It's an American Eagle CRJ 900. Brad Yerk wants to know if we'll be showing the Qatar flight to Doha. And I thought I saw it on the radar there a few minutes ago. Oh, there it is. I have to be honest with you, it's hard to see anything once the light goes out here. But let's see if I can zero in on this for you. There it is. Now the question is
departure. We'll see.
if it will be departing on this side or the east side. Probably on the east side is typical. And it seems to be making that turn. Now what it does is it goes over a bridge to the east runways and takes off from over there. Don't know if we'll be able to pick it up out of the sky. We'll give it a chance. We'll give it a try. We were able to do that with the Finnair flight, which is an A350-900 plane. This is the A350-1000. It's a little more tricky at night, though. There it goes with Dallas, the downtown Dallas skyline in the background. Douglas Serrano says, wish you and OZ Gaming 9 had Nighthawk. Well, Douglas, Nighthawk, of course, is a term that Kevin at Airline Videos Live has given to his nighttime camera, but we're usually using essentially the same thing here. We just don't call it that. You see a Volaris flight, an American Eagle flight going out. Shepard Gomez is our newest subscriber. Thank you, Shepard. And Direct to G Vine with a $5 super chat. Here's for a cup of Joe. Walt, stay warm, brother. Thank you, Direct to G Vine. Much appreciated. So anyway, we're shooting with a Sony Alpha 7S2 camera, which delivers us some good pictures at night. There's our camera 2, which is inferior as far as nighttime views goes. It kind of gives us a picture, but not very clear when it gets kind of fuzzy. So Matt C says the retro Cargo Luxe is in the Metroplex. Very cool. I see it now. It's kind of behind us at the moment, coming in from the west. Let's see what it says here. It says it's 8 minutes out. So we're talking about the retro Cargo Luxe. Oh, it's got a nice stripe down the side. I like that. I'm looking at a photograph of it. So we can look forward to that. That looks like an A319 to me.
contact departure today.
And that was coming in from San Luis Obispo in California. It's American Flight 1009. So we can pick up on what this is taking off here. That's American Flight 3345 going to Houston.
On Neverland, 18 left, over takeoff on board 346.
I think we've been favored with another super chat. As soon as I get done taking pictures of this plane, I will acknowledge that. That was from Michael Long, a $4.99 super chat. Awesome show today. Thank you, Michael. Much appreciated.
On that B Park 1 left, quick takeoff, track 43.
Let's see, it's about time to change the battery in our nighttime camera here. So let me get one of those out of the case. Normally I plug it in to a power source, but kind of flying by the seat of our pants here tonight. So there's two things we're waiting for right now. We're waiting for the Cargo Luxe Retro livery, which is just a few minutes out, and the A380 headed back to London, which we should be seeing in the next half hour, I think. So let's see, I think we've been re-batteried here on the main camera. So we should be good to go for a little bit. Texan Now 4 VR, a 747 super chat. My dad taught American Airlines pilots in the early days of the 747 and the DC-10. I have a large appreciation for the 747, as do I. I've never been lucky enough to fly on one, although I hope someday that I can rectify that. But I'm old enough to remember when the 747 was first introduced and how just in awe I was of how big it was and what it was designed to do, and to get lots of people in to a long way away and it made flying economical for a lot of people. And as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, of course, this was the week that Boeing said farewell to its final assembled 747. That was American Flight 665 coming in from Montrose. And next up is going to be the big 747. So let's take a look. Got all its lights on. Kind of magically goes through that pole. There it is.
Holding short of 1 left American Voyagers. I do have to say thank you, Cargo Luxe, for lighting that up so well for us. Of course, this camera helped a lot. That was good to see. Glad we could bring that to you. Welcome, Retro Cargolux, says Douglas, as we get a new subscription from Gavin Robertson. That was fun to see. That may be the poster for this broadcast after we sign off. Kind of far away from us right now, so I'm sorry I can't get a closer view of it as it taxis to its cargo parking area. Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing it too. It is down there somewhere.
tail there in the darkening sky is probably our last shot of the day, or our last takeoff of the day. That will be the A380 back to London.
Sherman 406, good night.
All right. All right, you love birds. Ah, there's the tail. Well, it's as good a look as we're going to get, I guess. Well, it's as close as I can get.
Is that plane?
Guys, don't bother them too much. Sorry.
Well, it's not a 747, but it's a Frontier flight. Yeah. With the livery that has their name that you can't really ignore. That's coming in from Ontario with, I don't know that we could catch it on there, but it was Montana the Elk was adorning the tail of that Frontier flight. So I was talking with Angela, one of our regular viewers and a plane spotter out here, a longtime plane spotter, and she was telling me she came out here to see the cargo Luxe, and she didn't have a memory card with her for capturing that moment, so she had to shoot it with her phone. I remember coming down here one time, and oh, look at that. The A380 is now on the move. Trying to get a better shot of it here. There we go. So gleaming in the evening light is the mighty A380 British Airways Speedbird. Getting pushed back, pulled forward, or whatever is going on right now down there. And Michelle RS says, hi, Angela. I think she's already turned around and gone. I was telling her I probably could have conjured up some sort of a memory card from my vast collection, but I didn't have that information in time to help her out. Sandy Q is here with us, saying hello from Baltimore, Maryland, very close to Baltimore Washington International Airport.
Live 08, runway 18 left, American 2804.
Freddie O says, is it still freezing there? No, it is not. At the moment, it is this right? Does it still say 55 degrees? Yeah, 55 degrees. Wind from the southeast at 11 miles an hour is what it tells us. And if you're just tuning in, what you're looking at there, off in the distance, is the big old British Airways Airbus A380. It's going back to London. It's Flight 192. It's a 9-year-old king of the skies.
Land 1 right, American 13.
And Joe Henson asks, is that lights on the engine cowling? And you know what? I kind of thought that last week. I think it's just well, it's a combination of the shiny aluminum and the fact that this camera kind of is extra sensitive.
Clear for takeoff,
And can kind of pick up on
on
something you wouldn't ordinarily see. So, no, I don't think there's lights on the engine cowling. I don't think they tricked it up that much. And yes, Patrick, the king will be returning to its kingdom.
American 2041 departure.
So it's definitely on the move as we see other planes coming on down. As I am wont to do at night, I'm counting the other planes in the sky I can see from our position here at Founders Plaza. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, all on approach. So we'll get some action while we can.
1741, is the 18 right. Airline 18 right, American 1741.
was American Flight 1368, 737-800, arriving from El Paso, Texas, way out west. This is the third flight we've seen going from or to Los Cabos, Mexico today. It's American Flight 1741, an Airbus A321.
Thanks, sir.
We say hello to Fareed Abed, who's quite a regular presence here at Runway DFW. Hello, Fareed. Let's see if we can catch up with the fast-moving A380 here. Here it comes. Taxiing past past Terminal D. Past all those tiny planes.
Order departure, Runway 3690.
That arrival was American Flight 412. Airbus A321 from this city of Las Vegas. And now the moment of truth approaches. As that king of the skies gets closer and closer to taking off. It seems to be making that jog we saw it do, I think it was last week, when it kind of went up the central taxiway. Which is nice because it puts it a little closer to our camera position physically. And MRI says, after so many bad weather days, today's been really the most beautiful day in a very long time, Walt. totally agree. And A-Bomb says, looks like I tuned back just in time. 380 is my favorite plane. So let's scoot over here and see how much of it we can see.
Good night, American 1227. Hey, sir, my 2 left.
There it is in all of its 4-engined glory.
RWB Park, let's take off 1 left, American 2520. Departure American 2520, good night.
It's like it's posing for its photograph, isn't it? Just one more, Mr. A380. Just one more. Thank you, Nicholas Del Vecchio, as our newest subscriber. Well, we say cheers, mate, to the mighty A380 as it now makes its way back to London. And as we call it a day here at Runway DFW. We've had a pretty good day. We had some really bad weather, and now it's we had a nice dry day and everything looked good, and we can go home and we can be happy. So yeah, that's going to do it for us on Runway DFW. I would like to thank very much all of you for watching Runway DFW on this Saturday afternoon, evening, or Sunday morning, depending on when you are, where you are. I'd like to thank the DFW Runway DFW Moderation Federation for all their work in making sure this is a nice place to hang out for however long you choose to hang out. Thank you to all of you. And we'll be back soon with more stuff from from DFW International Airport. My name is Walt. Happy contrails to you until we meet again. Thanks, everyone.
RNAV Larry, clear for takeoff 18 left there, continue 53 heavy.
American 2979, clear to land 18 right, hold short of Bravo. 5 visual 18 right. Clear to land short of Bravo and 46%.
Stay tuned for The Price is Right, which follows at most of these CBS stations.
We hope you liked it. Too late to change it now.
It's 2200 heading. 20 right, clear to land short of Bravo, 2200 Roger. Left on it. Left on way right, 71. Fire clear to take up, running left at 17 decibels. I'm only running left. Go ahead, fire clear. Park 18 left, clear to take off, American 27
Tower, compulsion back to 7 to the 1 right.
American 2225, reminder for wing 18 left.
7 visual 1 rate. Hello, cruiser runway right, hold for the Bravo, there's the 14. Sorry, left in left 1 rate.
Arch make 26.
Right away, 1 rate, hold for the Bravo, right to about 6.
Right now, Sea Mark 20, left clear to take off, Mark 22, 30 left.
20 left landing, please, sir. 60. Left, quick signal, hard after left, American 60.
I'm still here. I'm just kind of fooling around a little bit. But yeah, I'm going to sign off now. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Thanks, everyone.